Good afternoon, mech warriors, mech techs, and nobles in hiding. It is another glorious day here in the Inner Sphere, and we are back. I apologise for that little hiccup earlier in the stream. My aging computer is doing aging computer things, and didn't like it when I had the audacity to change the playlist on Spotify. PS359 says, my guess would be Java. My guess is the fact that my computer is nearly a decade old. I suspect the ancient decaying tech that is my computer is the culprit and the cause. So let's head over to IntelliJ. We've got a busy day scheduled here. Shazam. There we go. Let's just make sure. Ooh. Thank you, Knight, for the 40 bits and the on-screen celebration. That's a bit crap. I'm not going to lie. The on-screen celebration is a bit naff. Let me see if I can talk to Doc and find out how... Because Doc has it, like heckin' Doc has it, where if you do an on-screen celebration, it bounces the character and the emote about the screen. Let me have a natter with Doc. I want to see how to do that, because just having a little corner thing, that's not a suitable reward for your hard-earned bits. So leave that to me. We're going to make that cooler by the power of harassing Doc until Doc tells me his secrets. But no, being serious, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. What have I been doing today? Well, I actually... anybody who is on the IllianiDev Discord, which you all should be because it's where the cool kids hang out, will know that yesterday I finished a really big project related to our contract overhaul. And if you head down to the announcements channel, you see that there's a link to the PR, which I'll take you to now. I'm not gonna bore you by reading it out or anything else like that. I'm just like showing it off. That's Spotify, not where we want to be. Safari, there we are. Out of the void, out of the void. We are now out of the void. So what this is really the vanguard of the contract overhaul project. As it says at the title, it's completely rewrote employer, enemy, and contract location generation. And if I just scroll down here, scrolly, you'll see that this PR description goes on, and on, and on, and on, and then it's finally finished. So this PR is like 6,000 lines long, and I think that many words in the description as well. It took a long time to get this finished. I finished this up about midnight yesterday. I still need to go through and do the co-pilot changes here at the bottom, but that's a future Illiani problem. So I was up pretty late last night, just writing this up, doing final checks, making sure everything is as it should be. And I was pretty tired by the end of it. So I ended up crashing hard. So I didn't actually wake up today until like 11 in the morning, which is very odd for me, because I'm a bit of an early bird. And then, yeah, so I didn't wake up till like 11 this morning. So I was catching up with all of my morning messages while we were doing the pre-roll for the stream. Hey, Hannah, glad you could join us. Knight says, I don't see an IllianiDev Discord channel. There should be a link to the IllianiDev Discord in the place where links live. But hey, who else we got in here? I see PS359, Radar, Knight, Hannah, of course. I saw Little Willy earlier. I know King Miles watching. Wildfire. Glad to see you all back here. We also had a King Mile reaching a 30 stream streak, and Radar reaching a 35 stream streak. Oh, and it looks like Operation King Crab is now 50% of the way there. Operation King Crab is our community goal where you can use your hard-earned C-bills, that's your channel points, to contribute to Operation King Crab, which, when successful, will allow us to buy Mr. Krabs, one of our Scrotorious Bastard pilots, a brand new Goliath, and the Some Like It Hot SPA. So if you're sitting on a pile of C-bills, now's your chance to spend them. We have just 24,000 C-bills left to complete the community goal. And just so everybody's aware, C-bills are channel points, which means you get them for free, so no real money is required to engage with Operation King Crab. PS359 says, I'm always a fan of Carcination. Or Carcination, whatever, how it's pronounced. English is a terrible language for terrible people like me. God, I really don't like English. As a language, I think English is just this horrible abomination of like 5 or 6 languages just jammed into a blender, spun really, really fast, and then the horrible oozing mess is the English language. But what are we up to today? So yesterday we went through, and if I go to our God class, we went through and essentially we did stage 1 of contract generation. So we now have employer, contract type, enemy, and location. So we can now start using that to influence. PS359 says, I mean, geez, you're acting like they took over 40% of the world or something. Yeah. But yeah, so we've done contract generation stage 1. So our next step is going to be contract pay. Now this is where things get a little bit interesting, because we've got a generate employer contract type here. So that means we now have this stored in the class. But I'm not entirely sure how we want to handle this, because some of the information that's now stored in our parent contract manager, we actually want elsewhere. But let's not worry about that just yet. That could be a future problem for future us. Let's go to our copy of Campaign Operations Revised 5th edition, and we are now looking around about page 40. So you pick a mission, you then negotiate terms. So here's an interesting facet of campaign operations. So I'm just going to read this paragraph out here, and it's in the top right of page 40. After assessing the options, a force then selects one. Mercenaries must negotiate a contract. Pirates settle on a target to raid, and government forces determine their level of funding and support, rather like mercs, before going on their new mission. Interesting. So this particular sentence sticks out to me. After assessing the options, a force then selects one. Does that mean that you pick your contract and then negotiate, rather than how MekHQ does it, where we generate the contract and then we generate the negotiation, and you can jump from contract to contract negotiating? I don't think it means that. I think you could interpret it as meaning that, but I think that's a crap interpretation, so I'm going to ignore that. I just thought it was interesting and I wanted to point it out. Knight asks, how easy will these contracts linked missions be to create a custom for an in-game user? Oh, absolutely, very easy. So right now we are just looking at the contract generation, the automated contract generation. My goal is that once we are certain that everything is working correctly, I'm then going to come through and add a bunch of hooks that we can exploit for user control. All contract UI elements are going to be completely rewritten. I've already got Alatar volunteering to basically do the UI for this. So what will happen is I will be putting together a shit UI, like a temporary crap UI that the testers can use, and basically we can test it. And then over the 51.0 dev cycle, Alatar is going to come in, he's going to give us a fancy UI. But the new like create mission experience it's going to be like, I really, really want it so that players can really like mold their experience as they see fit. I don't want a situation like we currently have where you have no real control over what your salvage percent is on a custom contract. I think that's a really, really bad way of doing things. So I definitely don't want that. So player control, to answer your question, is going to be at the forefront of this approach. It's just right now we're purely looking at the automated stuff because that's what I want tested. Knight says, I think back in the days of field manual mercs, you could only negotiate one per contract cycle because your negotiators are setting up meetings, traveling and exchanging back and forth. So my plan there is each negotiator can only engage in one negotiation per month. I think that's how I'm going to do it, because that kind of fulfills this idea that the negotiations are taking a long time. But at the same time, it means that you're benefiting from having multiple negotiators. Because one of the things that I'm not going to be doing, and this is a very deliberate decision, right now in ATB, your admin command negotiates command, your admin logistics, I believe it is, negotiates salvage, your admin transport negotiates transport, your admin HR scratches their ass and goes, good job, I guess. I really don't like that approach. What I want to do instead is when you go to the negotiating room, as it were, you pick your negotiator, and that one person handles the negotiations of the contract. And the reason we're doing it that way is because it means I don't have to pass in so many person objects, but it also means that you can specialize personnel. You can say, okay, this guy, Corporal Steve is my best negotiator. They're the person I pick for my high priority negotiations. Corporal Susan and Simon, they're my second tier negotiators. They're for when I have less important negotiations that I'm not that bothered about. Potentially we may even introduce a admin negotiator role, but I'm not too keen on that. Honestly, if I'm being perfectly honest, what I would like is to maybe in the future, and this is a maybe in the future thing, is to remove the classifications of admin entirely. So rather than having administrator HR, administrator command, administrator blah, 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 we would just have administrator. In my mind's eye, I could even see us going the temporary personnel route. So you'd have your face administrators, who are like your real people, and then you could have as many temp administrators as you want to fill out your requirements. I'm kind of wondering about that. I mean, really, in my heart of hearts, what I would like is a tech Aztec situation. So you'd have an administrator who heads an administration team, and that administration team is made up of, say, clerks. So maybe you have one admin and 4 clerks as part of the administration team. And then that means that each admin is now counting as 5 admins for the purposes of admin requirement with campaign options. Because I think that really gets across the idea that a mercenary corporation requires a lot of administrative personnel without you needing to have a metric ton of administrators. It's something I'm kind of curious about exploring, not within the realms of the contract rewrite necessarily, but it's just an idea that I've been floating in my mind when I'm sitting in bed thinking, ooh, how can I annoy people? So that's kind of like what I'm wondering if I might just explore that sometime in, say, 51.2, 51.3 in the future. Brainard says, should I be investigating in Aztecs for my MekTechs, mechanics, aerotechs? No. So there is a campaign option called, I think it's useful permanent Aztecs, or maybe practical Aztecs. It's something like that. The purpose of that role is for insane people. So really insane MekHQ players, like Knight, gonna call them out here, because this option was genuinely introduced because of Knight's campaigns. But some insane people don't use temp Aztecs or temp medics. Every Aztec, every medic is a real person. And that, because we're talking about essentially thousands of additional personnel, that really puts a strain on MekHQ's processes. So what I did is I introduced the ability to get some benefit from these permanent Aztecs. And how it works is, if you have a team of 6 Aztecs, for example, I believe a tech team is 1 tech and 6 Aztecs. I could be wrong, but for the sake of conversation, we'll say that I'm right. And you could have 6 basic bitch Aztecs, but if some of those Aztecs are more experienced, then they're going to count as additional people. So an elite Aztec might actually count as 3 people. So if you had an elite Aztec and a normal tech, you would only need the elite Aztec and 3 other Aztecs. And the goal of this is A, to make people who use real Aztecs feel like they're getting a benefit from leveling up their Aztec skills. But B, it's more, I don't want to say secret goal, but like its primary objective to me as a developer was to reduce the number of Aztecs that these permanent Aztec campaigns actually needed. Because if an elite Aztec is worth 3 people, that suddenly means you're having 2 less people in the campaign for every elite Aztec. And this has significant effects when you're talking of reducing Aztecs by 1,000, 2,000, 500. It has a real performance impact. And everything I'm saying here, I'm saying Aztec, but it also applies to permanent medics. The other angle was for roleplay. If you have a civilian and you want to get them employed, but they don't have any useful skills, it's super cheap to give them the Aztec training, and you still feel like they're contributing in some way roleplay wise, but you're not going to the extreme of simulating every Aztec. Let me grab some water. I don't know if it's the pollen, and I think it might be the pollen, but my throat has been very dry. Radar says, okay, I was wondering because I have a lot of mechs, mechanics, and some aerotechs, so I was wondering if I needed Aztecs. By default, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see temporary Aztecs and medics. Basically, we just hand wave their existence and assume they exist in an abstracted fashion. Bear with me just 1 minute. Judging from Radar's reaction of holy, I guess they just realized how many temporary Aztecs and medics they actually have. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started on so we've already got a bit of work here. Radar said they didn't know about oh god. They have 569 Aztecs and have 0 temp medics. They didn't know temp medics existed. Whoops. Okay, so I'm just looking at here, and I feel like a lot of this can be given the static treatment that we had yesterday. Because get objective pay, get travel pay. That's all good. That's all correct. Calculate base pay. So I guess we're going to go ahead and public. Do I have a base pay multiplier? That's all good. Let's go make a payment record. Contract pay record. Oh, I meant to make that a record, not a class. Well, a record's a type of class, but it's not quite what I'm looking for. We're also going to make a objective pay record. No, objective pay data. Sorry, we need to rename this. This should be data. I like to end my records in data where applicable. And objective pay data will also include a list of objective pay data. Contract pay data is going to include a list of objective pay data. Objective pay data. So let's move these over to the right, because we don't need to have these here. I'm going to go contract pay data. We're going to call this determine. Wait, how do we do this at stage 1? Generates it. So we want to make sure that we're still using the same language. So generate a PS359 says, in some of the lore, Aztecs don't travel with the unit, they're just hired locally as they're basically unskilled labor. Yeah, so that is true. The reason why we have temp Aztecs and temp medics is purely so that players aren't encouraged to follow their campaign with thousands of Aztecs and medics, because it just makes it very, very cumbersome. So for this, we are going to need to pass in, well, for starters, we're not going to pass in any of this crap, because this crap can, we're going to have an empty constructor. Going to get rid of all this stuff here, because I want to have this as a static utility class like the other determiners. We are also going to rename this in just a second. I'm going to call this determine contract. Okay, so first things first, we are going to need to pass in a abstract contract manager. I'm going to call this contract manager. So remember our structure, contract managers contain objectives. So this is going to contain all of our contract stuff. Okay, so let's have a look. Final payment equals base pay, so we know we're going to have to work out base pay here. So this is going to be travel pay, money, travel pay. Money 0 for now. And we're also going to need money objective pay. We actually need a list money objective pay. So it's going to be a new array for now. Or do we want a map? Here's a question. Yeah, let's go for a map here, because what we can do is if we do a map, we can bind it by UID, and then we can have, let's just worry about travel pay first. So travel pay means we need to do this. We also need to make this static, but everything's going to complain, but that's okay. We don't care about that. So before we can go any further, we need to work out base pay. So money, base pay. And that is going to be calculate base pay, which is also going to complain because it's not static, but we're going to make it static. So what do we need for base pay? So we need to calculate peacetime operating costs. So Move that up. And we also need the cost of combat units. So we're going to move that up. So what do we actually need here? So first of all, we need to change this to return a money object. But I kind of feel like we can return some more stuff here. How do we want to do this? What if? Now here's because I don't really mind having a bunch of records, but what if we did a base pay contract base pay data? We're just going to experiment with this because it'd be really, really nice if we had a way to get access to all this data that we're going to be calculating later. So for that sake, we need money, peacetime operating costs. We also need money, total cost of that. And then we need money, base pay. We're going to call that calculated base pay. Calculated base pay. So why, oh why, am I doing it like this? And that purely comes down to reusability, or not reusability, but reaccessibility of this data. For most cases, all we're going to care about is calculated base pay, but maybe in the contract write-up, we also want to know what peacetime operating costs and total cost of combat units were. I can see us wanting to reuse that information. So we are going to give us access to it. Calculated base pay. So right now we need to know Boolean is clan campaign. So that's our first bit of information. But I guarantee you we're going to need a lot more information than that. So is clan Campino. Let's get you over there. Now, for anybody who's not aware, a record is basically a data holder. A record exists to hold immutable data. That means that once I build this record, I cannot change any of the values inside it. Records also have some useful aspects, like you don't need to make setters and getters for a record. They're all built into the record class type. But I really like records, if I'm being perfectly honest, because they make transferring blocks of data between classes really, really easy. And you'll see more of that in a bit, because we're going to be using records a lot today, I can kind of tell. So, for peacetime operating costs, we need to have formations, which I believe is a list of formations. We need to have a hangar object. We need to have campaign options, but I'm interested to find out what we need campaign options for. But we'll include campaign options here for now. We do need a clan campaign. We need current date, local Latino. We need to know how many temporary Aztecs there are. We need to know how many temporary medics are. We need a temp crew map. Which is here. Temporary crew. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. Whoopsie doodles. That should be currently. Okay, so peacetime operating costs says it needs hangar. Formations? Hangar. Hangar. Oh, I spelled hangar wrong. That will explain that. Knight says campaign options at least determine if you get two-way travel reimbursement or if inventory costs paid. Yeah, what I'm curious about is whether we need to pass in the entire campaign options object or whether we can just pass in the specific options we need. So that gives us all of our parameters for now. But what do we need for peacetime operating costs? Okay, so fine and Dandino. I actually do need to check something because we shouldn't have any differences between accountants. So we should actually be able to go get, just to make sure that we're using the right version. Okay, so accountant does need all that information. In fact, accountant is dictating why we need campaign options. So we can't really bring down the amount of stuff that we're doing here. So that's okay. It does mean that we need to bring all of these variables into play up here and then start passing them in. It's a lot of information, but I'm not too worried because it's not like we're going to be accessing this a bunch. And it also means we're going to need to have access to all this information up here as well. So now we're calculating the base pay. It gives us all the base pay stuff. Just looking through to see if there's anything that we care about. Not really. I am curious what we're using formations for here. Oh, because we're collecting units that are in formation. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I can work with that. I do apologize. Bear with me 1 second. I'll just be right back. And I am back. Heading back over to IntelliJ. Okay, so that gives us our peacetime operating costs, which is like the first half of calculate base pay, or first third even. Half's probably more accurate. Then we also need to calculate the total cost of combat units. This is going to require a lot of campaign options stuff. So, start by adding campaign options. We also need to know what campaign faction is. We need a list of formation for our formations. We also need a hanger, which I was going to announce that I was going to spell correctly, then proceed to immediately spell it incorrectly. That all seems good. Yes. Yes, that looks good. Some of the stuff we should already have. So we have campaign options. We don't have campaign faction, so we need to add that here. Faction campaign do. There we go. Formations we have. Hanger we have. Base pay multiplier. That is in fact a new value, but we're going to be able to fetch that from campaign options. So, not going to need to pass that in. we can actually, so we're not going to pass that in here, are going to include it here. So this is going to be a new campaign option that we're going to use to do replace with campaign option. And this is going to basically be a difficulty campaign option that allows you to multiply your base pay by multipliers, basically normal, spendthrift, miserly. Let us have generous as well. Generous. So essentially, this is easy, normal, hard, and very hard. I will need to add generous. Ugh, that's not how you spell generous. Say this is times 1.5. This is going to be times 0.5. Oh no, normal is just times 1. So 0.5 times 0.2. There we go. Okie dokie. So we now have our calculated peacetime operating costs, we have our calculated total costs of combat units, and then we have our calculated base pay. So our next step is to create our base pay data. So that's going to return new base pay data, and that is peacetime, total, and calculated. And why is this useful? So, let me just correct this. Looks like we're going to need to add in some other stuff. I suspect that is faction, campaign faction. There we go. So the benefit of using the base pay data is I can pass this around as much as I want. And I can go base pay data and then calculated base pay. That's going to immediately give me the calculated base pay. Or I can go total and immediately get the total. PS359 says, what determines whether you get generous and normal spendthrift or miserly pay? It's a campaign option. So it is just a difficulty option at the campaign level. So you as a player can go, okay, I want a easier time with finances, and you give yourself generous, or I want a really, really, really hard time, and you give yourself, I don't know, whatever the miserly one is. Give yourself miserly. It's just a way of allowing the player to have better control over their campaign experience without needing to go in and start editing individual unit type percentages. Okay, so that gives us our base pay data. We now need to move on to travel pay. So let's commit this. base pay data. But before we do, we're missing something, and that is legal statements. So let's start adding them, because we've added a couple of new classes and none of them have legal statements. So back in mines we go. We're now moving on to travel pay. So what works out? How do we work out travel pay? We start off with calculated base pay. That goes in there, nice and easy. Then we need to know what the transport period is. Transport period. We also need to know what the employment multiplier is, so double employment multiplier. We need to have a reputation factor. And we need to have our transport payment. But here's the thing. We probably want to handle this a little bit differently to how we're currently handling it. So get PSUM operating costs, calculate PSUM. I'm just reviewing how we're determining all this. Calculate base pay. So with that in mind, let's minimize some of this crap. Objective pay, but travel pay is the one we really want. So calculate travel pay. So we can pass in. We can pass in a few of these. Employment multiplier, I think we can calculate here. Reputation multiplier, we can't, or reputation factor, I should say. And transport payment, that should be determined dynamically before we pass it in. So first up, we have transport period. Transport period. And there should be a way to calculate this. And there is. So transport period. And length of objective. Let's go by starting off and getting the jump path. So for this, we are absolutely going to want our contract manager. Because over in our contract manager, we are now going to need to add a jump path. Private. I'm going to call this jump path. We're going to say type is jump path. I'm going to call this cached jump path. We need to add some setters and getters. Generante, getters. There we go. Down to the bottom. So, get cache jump path. We need to add in here. We're not just going to return. Actually, we can call this get jump path direct. Then we're going to call this public jump path. Now if we get cache jump path with update. For this, we pass in a planetary system. Planetary system. System. And we go to our cache jump path and go, okay. PS359 says, so you're doing some improvements to how transport pay is calculated. Not so much improvements, we're completely rewriting it. The contract overhaul is a from-the-ground rewrite of every aspect of contracts. So right this very second, we are working on payment, how contract pay is calculated, and how the math behind it works. But the project contract overhaul, which is what we're currently working on, it is a from the ground bedrock rewrite of all contract code and experiences. So we're finally moving to rules as written, contract play rather than ATB, and then we're going to also add in a whole bunch of house rules, optional of course. So for this we go boolean should update cache. For that we just want cache jump path, get starting system, get first system, first. But we can go one better. Can first system be? It can be null. So we need this. This needs to be given the nullable tag because it can return null as part of its ordinary operating processes. So it definitely needs to have the nullable tag. I can see get last system also needs this tag. So let's add it. So planetary system, first system. If first system equals null, we're going to return cache jump path, which is just going to be an empty jump path. So we can go up here, new jump path. PS359 says, so you might you add an employer marooning the player? Maybe. I will be perfectly honest right now, other than some vague ideas, I'm not really thinking about the house rule side of things. So the process, you can actually kind of look at the new recruitment market, and you'll notice that in campaign options you have three options which I'll write up. You have cam ops, strict, cam ops, revised, and then MekHQ. So into chat, I've just put the three options you have for personnel market. Obviously, there's disabled, but that's irrelevant. The way that the recruitment market is set up, and this is going to be how the new contract stuff is going to be set up as well, is you have cam ops strict, which is strictly rules as written, no revisions, no changes. It is as per the book. However, as per the book is shit. Because it just doesn't meld well. Like, I want to be clear, it's not that the rules themselves are bad, it's just that they don't necessarily work well in MekHQ. So CamOps Revised is CamOps, its rules as written, just with a couple of little things tweaked to make it more suitable for MekHQ. And MekHQ is just the no holds barred, whatever changes I think will make the best experience, ignoring the core rules. So we're following the same process here with the contract overhaul. There's going to be the campaign operations strict, which is purely rules are written. That's what we're writing right now. Then there's going to be campaign options revised, which is going to add in a few little tweaks to make it better suited for MekHQ play. And then we're going to have the complete no holds barred custom experience for the MekHQ option. However, the best way to develop this is we start off with rules as written, CamOps strict, and that gives us our framework. We can then add in the revised changes, and we can add in the broader no holds barred custom experience. But to ensure that we are having a very focused development, we're only caring about CamOps strict at this stage. So I'm not even really thinking about the MekHQ no holds barred thing. That's just not even factoring into my consideration right now. Maybe CamOps revised stuff is, but not really. PS359 says, yeah, I think the now ancient Mercenaries Handbook had options for employer complications and transport problems were part of this, but there were no strict rules. It was left up to the GM. Yeah. Yeah, I would really, really like the contracts to feel more dynamic. But again, it's just not really something I have room to consider right this second, because I really need to make sure we're getting the foundation, as PS359 put it, the foundation is solid first. So if the first system is null, we're going to cache the jump. Easy enough. If it's not null, string first system ID. And we're going to change this to a string. No. String current system ID. And we're just going to compare these. Is first system ID the same as second system ID? If it is, turn cache jump path equals new jump path. First system. And then we want string private string target system ID. Generate. Man, my throat is so dry. I was complaining about this yesterday. It's not really a complaint per se. It's just go away. But no, I really think, because I'm going outside a lot at the moment to walk the dogs and all that good stuff. So I think my poor throat is just getting really, really dry. What do we need here? An array of planetary. Oh god. Jump path. Calculate. Calculate jump. Oh, there we are. Oh, we need to pass a campaign. Ugh. Why on earth do we need a passing campaign? What's the bet we have to pass in campaign because we need to have campaign. Why, oh why, is this in campaign? This should not be in campaign. Well, it's in campaign now. I can't rewrite everything. Are going to need to get target system ID, but also need to get public planetary system, get target system. Youngsters, get that the heck out of our campaign. Yeah, it definitely needs to be moved out of campaign. I have no idea why that's living in campaign, but at the same time, I have to be focused. If I try and rewrite everything that the light touches, we're never going to get anywhere. So what's happening here? Well, we go into get cache jump path with update. We're passing in our current system and campaign because we have no choice. We then come in, and what we're going to do is we are going to see well, first of all, should we update the cache? And that is true if our current first system in the cache and our current system are not the same. That means that we've changed location since the cache was last built, at which point we go calculate jump path, off we go. We then return the cache jump path. Now, if first system and current system are the same, we're just going to skip all that and we're going to go straight to the cache jump path. So, come back over to determining contract pay, which is why we actually needed that, because we need to work out the length of mission. And that means we need to get the cache. Jump path, cached jump. Oh! PS359 says this jumped back to a conversation the other day. Says they finally got their hands on a copy of Combat Manual Mercenaries. I actually have that in beside me at the moment. My wife got it for me very generously tomorrow, and it says that one other mercenary unit that predates the collapse of Star League was the Grave Walkers. I've never actually heard of the Grave Walkers. I'd say that I saw their icon in the Combat Manual, but I haven't read it. I've just flicked through it right now. Okay. So we have to use object equals here. Objects equals you might be wondering, why are we doing object equals? PS3 Finance's Grave Walkers got mostly wiped out in the clan invasion, I think finished off in the Jihad, but I guess they had a good run before that. I guess so. So here's the thing, we know that first system and last system can both return null. So what we do is we say, do these objects equals? Because objects equals includes null protection. So if one of these is null, it's not going to equal the other. If they're both null, then it equals. So that means we can say that transport period equals 0. So apparently we need an integer transport period. And then it can return the transport period. Interesting. I don't think we're going to want to return here. We are going to set transport period to 0. That's interesting. This, wherever it was, get jumps, is actually going to be return an error. So if path size is 0, that is to say it's empty, jump path is actually going to return -1, which is probably not ideal, but that's fine. We've already got that taken care of. Base weeks, additional weeks, multiplier. So that's transport period updated. We also have length of objective and total length. comes back to our objective, contract manager. And the length of the objective, int length of the objective, for abstract contract objective, for objective in list abstract objectives. So for each objective in objectives, we're going to get the objective length. So that means we now need to jump over to our abstract contract objectives, and we need to add an integer, private integer how do I want to do this? Length in months. We're looking at length of objective, length of the objective, plus objective, get length in months. Is this what we want though? No, I don't think we need to calculate this in here. I think this is something we come back to later. This is calculating total length, which is outside of the remits for transport period. So let's go ahead and change this to calculate transport period. So we have our calculated base pay, we've already calculated that elsewhere. We now need to get our transport period, which is just going to be a cache jump path. We don't need objective list here. Now we need to get employment multiplier. Boolean is used two-way pay. So we need to add that in. So this is going to dictate whether or not you're getting paid both ways. Okay, how are we calculating employment multiplier? Okay, so we need the employer negotiations modifier. But really, we're actually just wanting double employer multiplier here. I'm going to need to pass that in elsewhere. Does this include a way to fetch it from employer? It does. Fan-fiddly-tastic. We can get that all from the negotiations modifier. Anna says they need to run for a bit. Looking forward to seeing this hit prime time. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, I think. I don't know that this is necessary, if being perfectly honest. At least not in this format. This absolutely could be a no. I can actually, I see where we are wanting to use this now. So let's go back to our God class. Because once we've generated an employer contract, this is where we're running into before, we now need to get our negotiations modifier data, which I'm actually going to rename, I suspect. Yeah, let's rename it to employer modifier data. So this is a class, not a record, because we do want to be able to modify it, I suspect. We're going to find out later if we actually do end up doing that. So God class, here we go. Let's have a look. Where are we handling all of this? Oh, okay. So it looks like we prepped all this, but we never actually actioned it. So first we need to apply all this stuff. So we need to get, jump back to God class. So we create the new employee modifier data. We are then going to get the modifiers themselves. So for that, we need to know the employer, the year, and the modifier, and we need the modified data object. So that's going to be this also needs to be able to get employer. So public action get employer faction. we're going to return factions instance get faction. There we go. Faction. So we're probably going to need this data again. Employ a faction. We're calling the wrong class here. We should actually be calling this employer year int current year campaign get year. Oh, we've got current date. Where did we get current date from? Oh, back up there. Okay. And lastly, we need modifier data, which is this object we created here. Also need to add in the unit reputation modifiers. So we need to know the reputation rating, and we need modifier data. Well, we've got modifier data here. Okay, reputation factor. Is that reputation factor we're wanting? Reputation rating. Devil's reputation rating. Get reputation rating. Oh, we already. Fantastic. There we go. Int reputation. Let's just leave that there for now. But I can see this data being very useful later. Okay, so all that's said and done, that allows us now to go in to contract pay. And we can pass in employment multiplier. We're also going to have access to reputation factor. And the last one is transport payment. Which is down here. So for that, we need to jump up. We need to go money, transport payment. Okay, and we need just a list of units. Let's change that to a collection of units. Oh, it's a collection. Okay. Cool. So we're going to need some booleans here. Boolean is overriding command circuit requirements. Boolean is GM. We need to get faction standings. And employer. collection code. Employee ID. So that gives us our initial setups to determine whether or not we're using the command circuit. We also need to have the jump path. Hashed jump path. We're going to need local date. Local date. Which we're going to call current date. Just going to need to get an I location. I location. Current location. Next on the agenda, we need a collection of parts, spare parts. We're also going to need a collection of personnel, I suspect. Or is that a list? It is a collection. Collection of personnel. That's not quite right. Collection of persons. There we go. That allows us to return the transport payment. Does now mean that we need to jump up to here, and we now need to start putting in all these extra values. Okay, we've got cache jump path at least. Current date, we do not have this for us, me. Current location, also don't have. We definitely don't have those last two. Okay, and now to add all of these in. I'm going to rename units to traveling units. And down here as well. All of this to work out my transport pay. So, previously we had a base pay data. How about we create a transport pay data? Or travel pay, I guess, is the... Oh, it turns out we didn't need to get contract manager involved, which is nice. Determine contract pay. Yeah, let's create a travel pay data, so we can just have a nice little data holder, travel pay data. And the intention is that when we come to writing our UI, we can easily access these data points without needing to break our brain. Money calculated travel pay. Okay, and for this, we are going to need the following objects. We're going to want a integer transport period. We're going to want a money object transport pay. Then we're also going to want to have... Do we want to store calculated base pay here? I don't think we're going to store calculated base pay. I think we'll have that elsewhere. But we have the transport period. We have the transport pay. We also have double deployment multiplier. Computation factor, double computation factor. And lastly, we need another money object, which is going to be calculated travel pay. So need to get a legal statement. New travel pay data. There's transport period. Ah, there you go. Sorted. So again, this just means that we can easily access these data points from anywhere, and it's just going to make our lives a little bit easier. So we need base pay data, get calculated base pay. Do we have access to reputation factor? We don't, so we need to add that. Cash jump path. Turns out we don't have that. Okay. We do have the contract manager, so let's fetch cash jump path from the contract manager. At this point, there shouldn't be any difference between the cache and what we're using because this is all being created instantly, so should be okay. Cache jump pay. We need to have a boolean is used two-way pay. Campaign options is used two-way pay. We have current date, which we absolutely should have. Okay. Oh no, it's employment multiplier. Which is where we go to our contract manager. And we're going to add a new field. Where's our contracts? And this is going to allow us to store the employer modifier data. at the class level within the, so we can, whenever, anytime we have access to the abstract contract manager, it means we're going to have access to this data, which is very, very useful. So we go back to contract pay. Because we've got access to the contract manager, it means we're going to have access to the employer modifier data. And that means we can pass in double employment multiplier. There we go. We also need a collection of traveling units. Traveling units. We also need to know, are we overriding command circuit requirements? And that is actually stored at the UI level, which means we're going to have to pass this in from the UI. So for now, we're just going to add it at the static, and we're going to deal with that later. I know for a fact we're going to need to get faction standings. Oh no, is GM and faction standings. Next up, we need to have the employer ID. So do we already have employers? It doesn't look like it. So we can get that from string employer ID equals contract manager, get employer. Current date we should already have access to. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Current location we also should have access to. It's not. Interesting. Oh, that's something we can add then. Hi location, current location. That looks like everything. So finally, we have, after all this extra data points, we finally have our travel pay. Clap, 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 clap. So let's go ahead and save this. So we have base payment times transport period. That's all good. Final payment equals base pay times length of mission times operation tempo times employment factor times reputation factor plus base payment times transport period times employer factor. Okay, let's just make sure that we are calculating transit pay. So we're going to call this transit pay. So rename, calculate transit pay. I'm going to rename this as well. Transit pay data. So this is the payment you get for traveling, but it does not include how much it costs to travel, it seems. Okay, so we actually do have a mistake here. So let's go and correct that. So calculated transit pay, not travel pay. Equals 0 plus base payment plus times transport period, correct, times employee factor, correct, times reputation factor, correct, but not this. So we actually don't need to do that here, which is going to remove a whole bunch of crap. So traveling units is gone, the overriding is gone, his GM is gone, faction standings is gone. Looks like I still need employee ID and current location there. Or do we? Actually, we don't need anything after employment multiplier. That's neating things up a little bit. So let's go back to transit pay data, just to verify what we're looking at here now, because this changes what data points we actually need to store. Because we no longer have transport payment. There we are. Okay. Got a couple of errors here. Well, that's we're not worrying about that just yet, so that can wait. But calculating total cost of combat units, we are getting an error. Base payment multiplier. That's why, because we're not doing that here. We're just going to return force value. Alrighty then. So our next objective is actually the objective pay. So we can minimize all this crap. I'm going to come down and grab objective pay. Scooter all the way to the bottom. What are we dealing with here? So objective pay is calculated base pay by length of mission. That's base pay times total length of mission, operations tempo, employment factor, reputation factor. That's it. So I feel like most of these we already have. which is nice. So for this, we want our list of abstract contract objective. So we want our objectives. And do we already have? We already have objective pay data. Perfecto. And for this, we just want a map of UID, which is the unique identifying, whatever D stands for, digit, I guess, of the objective. And then we want to have I guess a money object. Or no. Let's do this a different way. So what do we include in transport data? Period, employee multiplier, reputation factor. Okay, so we didn't include base pay. Good to know. So we're going to probably want very similar here. So we want base pay, which we're not going to count in. Actually, I do want base pay in transit because it's being factored in. Let's grab it. Just because if we're using calculated base pay, which we are, let's go ahead and add it in so we have an easy point of access whenever we need this information. Because the goal here is for us to be able to go, okay, we've got the transit pay data, I can now reconstruct how we reached our calculation. Let's head back over to contract pay. Okay, so objective pay, we need calculated base pay. Well, we've got that. We need total length, which we can get from each objective. Total. We call this objective length. Then we have tempo modifier, which is going to be how do we do tempo multiplier? Because tempo multiplier is largely were we smart? Contract type. Did we store that in the contract type? Please say we did. We did! Yay! Tempo multiplier. Then we need employment factor, which we call employment multiplier. And we need reputation factor. And we have the final, which is calculated objective. So, for abstract objective in objectives, what is the length of the objective? What is the tempo multiplier? We also need to have the employment multiplier and reputation factor. So double employment multiplier and reputation. And that gives us all of our shebangs. We're also going to want a map. So map, UID, and then money object. Objective pay map. Okay, so this tells us that something we need to do. We need to go to our abstract objective, wherever it's living. And we need to add a new field. We need to add private UID. I'm going to call this UID. Get ID and set ID. So why are we storing this in a map? It basically allows us to take the ID of the objective and immediately fetch the objective pay data for that objective. Up here. Calculate objective pay. That's what we're going to call it. Scurry all the way back down here. And that means we need to get our objectives, contract manager, get all objectives copy. Now we use copy because copy is the safe version. What else do we need? Objective a data map. That's a good name for it. A calculated base pay. And there we go. We also do need a money object. Money total objective pay. Get total objective. There we go. Okie dokie. So what do we have now? Let me just take my headset off just a second. My hair is... I've got a fan blowing on my face and I keep having a strand of hair being very distracting. So what we've got now is we have our base pay. Cool. We have our transit pay, and we also have our objective pay. Technically, and our total objective pay, but that's kind of a separate thing. So that allows us, when combined with support payment, to determine, for the most part, what our contract pay is. Now, there is one element of contract pay that has not been factored in, and that is transport and support payment. So we need to calculate those now. So transport pay and no, we're going to handle those later. We're going to create ourselves a data object because we now want to be able to pass it around. But this is going to be a special kind of record because this is going to be an intermediary. So contract pay, contract pay data. Yeah. Oh, it already exists. Oh no. Contract pay data. What's in it? A grand total of nothing. Fantastic. Okay. So in that case, we can just update this. So we need contract-based pay data. We need transport data. We need the objective pay data map. And we also need total objective pay. So now this single data object is going to store all of the information that we've gathered, and we can access that at any time. And anytime we need even like the little individual stuff that's like, for example, reputation factor, we can just reach into the object and grab it. And this could be a really nice, really compact way of storing all of this information. Now, there are some other things that we are going to need to add to contract pay data. For example, our support payments, our transport payments. But right now, we can't really do those because we haven't calculated them. So that's going to come later. So we're going to want contract pay data. And we're going to return it. Which really we don't need to do that. We can just do it inline. Shazam. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We are going to want a couple of utility methods though. I'm going to call this public contract pay data. And we're going to say rebuild including 2 seconds. Straight support. And right now, we're not going to pass anything into this. And we can essentially see the exact same thing here. So what these two little methods do is they allow us to essentially rebuild the record of the extra information that we need. So once we determine how much straight support the player is getting, we just call rebuild including straight support, and that's going to give us a brand new contract data, but with that information stored. Now, right now, these methods literally do nothing. They return an identical record. But once we start adding more information to contract data, contract pay data, we're going to then be updating these methods to give us the information that we want. But for right now, right in this very second, we have a contract pay. So let's head back over to our God class. Oh God, what am I doing? Get back up there. Let's go back to our God class. We're going to come down here and we're going to generate contract pay. Need to know, are we a clan campaign? Which means I need to have faction, campaign, faction. Boolean is clan campaign. And we need a list of formations. List formation formations. Knight says, my day has now been made. I have this stream full screen on my second monitor. My superintendent just walked by and said, glanced and said, hey, hardware coding, Knight, good job. Oh, that is fantastic. Oh, that has tickled me pink. Oh, that is brilliant. Oh, that's that. I'm gonna have to tell my wife that when I see her later. Okay, so we actually have access to campaign options via campaign. So campaign options equal campaign options. There we go. Da-da-da. We should already have current date. We do. Now, some of these, temporary Aztec pool, for example, int temp. Let's just bring this up and slap this over here so we can cross-reference it easily. Because these, I'm reasonably confident we don't have access to yet. Ooh. Reputation rating, we do. We can access that via, so campaign faction we can access via campaign, same with reputation factor. But temporary Aztec pool size and medic pool size we can't. Then we have campaign faction. And reputation factor. So reputation equals campaign get reputation. So here's something I spotted. So in contract pay, we're also getting is clan campaign and also pulling in faction campaign. So let's remove is clan campaign entirely, because we can now determine that based on the faction we're passing in. Boolean is clan. That looks like we've got all the data that we need. Which is going to give us our contract pay data. Contract pay data. Not entirely sure why this isn't reformatting. Is it throwing an error? It is. There we go. Cool. And we're going to classify this as contract generation stage 2. We already have force reputation factor. Let's pass that in. Current location, that's good. Campaign options, do we not have access to campaign options up here? Surprises me. Interesting. It looks like we're not applying employment. Where are we getting employment multiplier from then? I thought we were using employment multiplier. We are. Employment modifier data. We're getting it from the contract object. Okay, okay, that's that makes sense. So I'm actually going to break all this code out here. The reason why we're going to do this is specifically because I want to have everything stored in the God contract. It's something I've reconsidered since yesterday. And the reason for that is specifically so that I can see what variables are being reused. So that we can figure out the best way to kind of rejig this stuff. Because, for example, current system, we absolutely are getting current system already. Hiring pool, I can see us reusing that in a couple of places. And it may well be that some of this stuff is, well, we will be guaranteeing we're going to be breaking it out, but reconsidering what I did yesterday, now is not the time to break this stuff out. So this is going to be generate employer contract enemy and location. When we come down to this, this is our employer modifier data. Then we're down to contract pay data. So it's contract manager, set contract data. Oh, we don't have contract pay data set up. So let's jump over to our abstract contract objective. And we now need to add contract pay data. I thought we already added this, but I guess not. You're okay, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear is voicing his opinions again. Interesting. Oh, I'm in the wrong place, that's why. I need to be in abstract contract, not abstract objective. So we know who we're fighting, where we're fighting, and why. We know what the employer modifier data is. We know what the contract pay data is. We do need to determine some other steps. There's some extra steps that are required into the contract pay data. So we're going to add these here. To do, determine if contract is covert. Determine if contract is high threat. I feel like we can actually do that here. So covert we can't really do here, but we can do high risk. So I'm going to say public static void fly high risk. I'm going to do one for public static void fly covert. We get rid of this. Oh, hi, Mr. Bear. Hi, who's my good little buddy? Yes, you. You're a good little buddy. Yeah. If where are we fetching objectives? So we're going to classify any contract that consists of 2 or more objectives is considered high risk. Private static final int high risk objective. Threshold knockout. Threshold. So if we have 2 or more objectives, it's going to get the high risk multiplier. We're going to figure out how to determine if a contract is covert. Actually, I might be able to work that out now. Let me have a look at my... So really, if we're using the covert table when we're determining contract objective type, PS359 says also even in the new combat manual mercenaries they still had to use the T word, though it's in a sidebar, not really part of the rules. I'm not entirely sure what the T word is. Hey Psychotic, glad you could join us. Where did I put the contract type termination? Oh, right here. Mission objective, contract type determination. Oh, that, okay, now I understand. Sorry. Okay, yeah, so I'm not going to read out that message on stream because I don't want to get demonetized. Yeah, now I understand, yes. What we renamed to Black Ops Insurgency. Let me see here. So we're going to need to create another data object. There are so many records involved in this. And that is going to be a mission objective data. No, mission objective type data. No, I think objective mission type is not going to be the call here. No, okay, what we need to do here is rather than type data being a data object, we're actually going to change this to no longer be static. So some of this stuff we might be able to get away with it being static, but here we actually do need to have check. We do need to have some stuff. So Boolean is covert, and we need a list of ATB contract types, objective types, which we will initialize as new array list. So this is now going to return void. And all of these now need to come in. No, we don't need these at class level. Sixteen says, hey, when equipment says standard, what does it mean? I think that's the rules level. So it'll be the standard rules level, I believe. I'm in the Systems tab on the unit view. That still sounds like rules level. On the unit view in the Systems tab. Do you mean in campaign options? I'm not entirely sure where you're referring to, because there's not a unit view in the Systems tab in like actual MekHQ. No, MegaMek, I have no idea. I would assume that means rules level, but I genuinely don't know. I'm a MekHQ dev, so I'm not 100%. It's like Alex says it's rules level. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's rules level because for some stupid reason, CGL thought it was a great idea to have rules level also match equipment tech level. It's a whole thing. It's a really big mess. Let's make some of these class level. Private. So, negotiator. Firing all level, we need that in model places, so let's make that class level. We're passing around campaign a lot, so we definitely want that private final campaign. this actually can just get replaced by nothing. Shazam. And one of the problems we're going to run into, it now means that we can't have as many static classes as we did previously, but seeing as this is no longer a static, not static class, static methods, but seeing this is no longer a static class, I'm really not that fussed. Like, it really makes very little difference to me. Are we still calling campaign anywhere? Nope. Right. Negotiator? Nope. What about hiring hall? We're just checking to make sure that we got rid of all of our spaces that we're calling it. So that now means this is no longer a static class. Again, it was a static class very briefly. We should now be throwing an error somewhere. In fact, I can find out exactly where by running javadoc. Siggy 10,000 says they're currently playing a regimental scale engagement, Free Battle Hague Republic versus Clan Wolf 3050. Oh, fantastic. How much the BB? That must be like 100,000. $17,000 versus 200,000. I think you mean 170,000 versus 2,000. Otherwise, that's gonna be really one-sided. Okay, so we found where we were using our old method to mission. And it's very, very simple. We're just going to copy paste this into here. And objectives become get objective types. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So this can no longer be a static class. Why did I just make it static? Because we now need to return Boolean. No. Oh, I know what we can do. I'm being very, very stupid. Well, stupid's probably not the word, but I'm not being particularly clever about how I'm handling this. Because we're passing in the contract manager. So all I do is we go, where are we going? Generate contract objectives. Passing in the contract manager. So that gives us our objectives, and then we go Boolean is covert. We then hop over to our abstract contract manager. We're just going to add in a Boolean. So contract pay data. It doesn't really matter where I'm putting this. I'm just going to dump them all into one place so we can sort them out later. Boolean is covert. And a covert contract is any contract that's rolling on the covert table. Simple as, really. There we go. So now if we jump back to determining contract pay, wherever the hell that's hiding now. We can go contract manager is covert. Apparently I missed my housemate asking for help with the groceries. Oops. I've let them know that they can just come into my office in future. Oopsie doodles. I didn't hear my phone go off, and apparently it went off an hour ago. I will apologize to them profusely later. Okay, so we now have our high risk modifier. We have our covert modifier. We've got covert. How about we add a high risk Boolean as well? Here's high risk. I'm not going to bother with generator down here. We're just going to go ahead and do this manually because I can't be asked. There we go. In fact, let's go one better. Is high risk. Private Boolean is high. So this means we're keeping all of the logic about whether a sanction's high risk or not in the one place, and it just makes it easier to determine. If objective types size there we go. We can break this out as well. There's no reason not to. Set determine high if contract is high risk. Okay, we have an hour and a half left on stream. We're getting very, very close to having pay basically done at this point. Which was our goal for today. Our goal today was to have contract pay handled. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and just close all of this because we've got a lot of classes open and my computer doesn't like it. Jesus Christ. Everything that I have on screen right now is a class that's been created as part of this project. Like, they don't even fit on my screen. There's so many classes have been added here. It's going to be fun writing tests for them all. Okay, so we're going to want contract pay data. And that says we need to rebuild, including straight support, and we need to rebuild, including transport payments. So, determine contract pay, we're now going to need to move on to making some new publics. Or some, not necessarily publics. Are we using publics here? I don't think this needs to be public. I think this can be reduced down to being a package private. So we're not going. We'll leave it public for now. I can come back later and do reviews. But we do need public. Determine straight support. Let's have a look. How does straight support work? So I am now on page 44. Okay, so straight support needs to be a static. Click static, determine straight support. That is probably going to be a money object. So for this, we're going to need to work out the peacetime operating. So let's go ahead and add ourselves a enum. straight support percentile. Just go to straight support. And we are going to have none. No, we're not. Because that's how it used to work in the olden days of Field Manual Mercenaries Revised, but now it actually works differently. So we need to go to our abstract contract manager, and then we need to go up to the top, and we need to make it a new value. Private. No. Private double straight support multiplier. So when we're negotiating, we're going to determine the straight support multiplier, but we also need to factor that into here. So that should give us our peacetime operating costs. Let's rename this, including multiplier. Because we actually don't need this class, this call here, we actually need this call. So that's going to give us our straight support, which we need an estimate. So money straight support estimate. Cool. Do this. Build contract pay data without transport or straight without estimates. Don't mind me just waffling over what I'm doing here. I was getting myself all confused. Saying we don't have several values, so right now we only have 2 values we're emitting at this stage, but we're going to say several because the chances are we're going to add in other stuff down the line. For example, now that we have total objective pay, we can actually go into contract data and we can actually do it this way now that I think about it. There, that's better. So we create a canonical constructor. That's what this is. How the fuck do I do this again? Oh, that's how I do this. You'll have to forgive me. It's been a while since I've had to do this. There we go. You can hear Bandit crying because my housemate won't let him in their room. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Apparently I accidentally deleted. What pay? So next we're going to go over to abstract contract. So we've got our straight support multiplier. We're also going to need our transport payment multiplier. I got really worried yesterday actually because I thought I'd accidentally ended the stream an hour early again, but I'm glad to say I didn't. Here's a question. Do we really need this stored at the contract level? The transport payment multiplier, the straight support multiplier. Could we not have this in contract pay data? I believe we should. I believe we could. Straight support multiplier. PS359 says, "Wow, chat's been really quiet this last hour. Were you scrolled up by chance?" But yeah, no, I don't think there's a lot to really talk about because we're getting into the real nitty gritty of data construction. Like this is a really big project. Straight support multiplier. Oh, your PS359 was making a joke about ending the stream an hour early by accident. Yeah, no, I knew I hadn't like done it and not realized. It was more a case of like I thought I'd ended the stream early when I ended the stream, but I was just dumb. Definitely transport payment. So in an ideal world, the contract pay data is going to contain all the data relating to contract pay, as you might expect. Okay, so that's now, we now have the straight support estimate and transport payment. That's now stored within our data object, which is actually really, really good. It makes things cleaner. It means if we want to find out anything relating to contract pay, we just reach into our contract pay object. So back over to determining contract pay, we now need to determine transport payment. Public static money. Determine transport payment. Now we can find this out actually, but we're going to go and have a look at our history, because in a previous version we had this calculated out. So how about we go back and just copy our earlier code. Transport cost calculations is exactly what we're looking for. So we're just going to grab this. And then we're just going to dump it here so we can rip it apart. So here's where we're going to need a bunch of crap. So we're going to need a Boolean. Boolean. We need another Boolean. Is GM. We need our faction standings. We're going to need our employer code. We need a jump path. We also need to know the local date. And current location. We need a collection of units. No, not list, collection. Unit. traveling units, collection art, traveling arts, and collection person, traveling personnel. We also need to know, is that an integer? Yes. Jump ship crew experience level. And that is going to give us all of our transport payment stuff. So now that we can determine transport pay and straight support, hooray! We basically have all the payment points handled. Radar says, now if only owning a jump ship is worth the investment. Well, it's about to be. Well, say maybe it won't be worth it, but something I'm planning to do down the line is add consequences for bad jump ship crews. So you can get a cheap ultra green jump ship crew, but there will be consequences. You can hire yourself a legendary jump ship crew, but now it's going to cost a lot more. And that actually is all the code for that is actually already in place. It just doesn't. I haven't activated it because it doesn't have any mechanical impact yet. That's a big emphasis on the word yet. Okay. Oh, we literally had all the. God damn it, we had. We had all the calculations up here already. Oh well. Radar says, wait, question, does this affect the NPC jump ships too? It will, yes. So how it's going to work in future, not yet, is that when you hire a jump ship crew, and you're like, okay, I want to be transported from A to B, you say, I'm hiring a regular jump ship crew, I'm hiring an elite jump ship crew, I'm hiring a ultra green jump ship crew. And understandably, that's going to impact the jump ship costs. So you could be a skinflint and go for ultra green, but that may have consequences by the merit that they're an ultra green jump ship crew. You can pay extra to go through uninhabited systems, but that could have consequences. So if you know you're traveling through an uninhabited system, maybe you should hire a better jump ship crew. Radar says, well, shit, that actually makes having your own jump ship make sense. Yeah, so that's the whole point. I want to be able to expand on that. And one of the things that we need in place to be able to do that is Greg. Because I want, when you get stranded in space because your jump ship broke, I want there to be Gregified events. Okay. So let's head over to our God class. Contract pay data. Negotiations. Now this is the exciting bit. We're starting to move on to some negotiations. So we want to have initial negotiations. Because negotiations can then get changed later. Okay, so what do negotiations take the shape of? Let's find out, shall we? Okay, so we just call my hair up. We need okay, so the 4 areas for negotiation to do are command rights, to do salvage rights, to do support rights, to do transport terms. Let's rename some classes here. So contract, determination, employer. So I'm renaming these classes so they all get grouped together. Contract, determination, location. Contract, determination, mission, which is objective. Contract, determination, enemy. Do we have any more determinations? I don't think so. Kingwell says, might be interesting if your higher jump ship options were limited, like there would always be an ultra green available in inhabited systems, but you might not always have an elite crew available. So now you have to choose between risking it with the ultra green crew or waiting a week or so to see if an elite crew with open collars will show up in the system. And that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Freya says that would make the world feel more living. If jump ship crews are, well, not tracked by rolls like once a week or to what's available based on system. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. 3. Class names. Okay, do we want to refactor anything else? Doesn't look like it. What's actually under negotiator? Oh, this is NPC negotiator. So we're going to rename this NPC negotiator. Cool, I'm glad I've already got that. So this is what generates us our enemy negotiator. Because as per CamOps, when you are negotiating, it's an opposed skill check. So your negotiator makes a skill check, and the enemy negotiator makes a skill check. Cool. Glad I did that already. Go me. Where's my water gone? So how do negotiations work? Well, let's make a new determination class. So, contract determination negotiations. So again, I would really like to keep this as a static. I'm not entirely sure we can though. So I'm just reading through. Okay, so the steps. Let's use our canonical constructor to do our steps. So we roll 2d6 per turn. Player negotiator makes negotiation skill check. I don't know why I said apparently. I know I can't spell. To do NPC negotiator makes skill check. Modify roll based on. Is it just margin of? What if I roll what if I roll 1 step per 2 margin of success? Improve if player wins, decrease if NPC wins. Okay, that is incredibly simple and something we can definitely do. Because the rest of the rules here are basically stating how to make NPCs. Pirates. The process for arranging a pirate raid is basically the same as setting up a mercenary contract, and how instead of negotiating terms, a roll is made to build the contract to represent the pirate's process of litigating a target. So we use investigation in the above roll for both the pirates and their targets. Okay. So we're going to do mercenaries first. We'll add a to-do though. To-do. Pirates get special rules. So our first step is going to be to create our NPC negotiator. So public static void negotiate initial contract terms. Radar says they can't wait for mobile structures to be a thing in MegaMek. That would be fun, yeah. Person, player, negotiator. And we're going to need that. But first we need a person, we need an NPC. We're calling employer negotiator. Rename this to employer negotiator. Why oh why are these public? And why is this private? That's funny. Why do we need campaign? Because we need to generate a new person. God damn it. Okay, well, we can work with that. Sucks, but it's fine. Okay, so that gives us our negotiator for stuff. Then we're going to need to make a role. So, private static void. Do we want the void? No. Integer. Make negotiation skill check. And that is going to be our negotiator matched with the employer's negotiator. And we're also going to want a Boolean is pirate campaign type. Actually, we can just, rather than passing in the entire contract type for determination, let's just pass in, is it a pirate? So I don't think we need a type in full here. I think we can just get away with his pirate type. Oh, okay, no, we do need it because we're using that to help flavor the negotiator. Okay. Well, learn something new every day. Skill name is going to be is pirate campaign. Investigation. Otherwise, it's going to be negotiation. So, check skill. PS359 says, "Oh hey, playing as pirates and it's a thing in MekHQ." Oh yeah, no, we added that last year. It's not. It's pretty basic, but it works. It just follows the rules in campaign operations. Player negotiator skill check. Rita says, "I know Rose on the Discord is currently playing a pirate campaign." Yeah, it does offer a very different experience. Okay. We're also going to need the employer negotiator to make a skill check as well. If the enemy negotiator has any edge, it's going to use that. If the player as edge, we're going to determine that based on player negotiator. Bugger off. Player negotiator. Get options. Yeah, it is get options. Get options, Boolean option, and then we'll go. Need to think of a good. There we go. That'll do. So this is just a placeholder right now. Actually, do I not already have pair negotiation? I guess I probably don't. Oh, we got that there, but that's going to be. We can use that as a placeholder for now. Use edge equals. To do replace. There we go. I do want to check if we have use edge. Cool, it has a check to make sure we actually have edge to use. Does this return anything we care about? Actually check result. Player result. And then employer result. Then we have player margin of success. Int employer margin of success. Total margin of success. So let's go ahead and, because the only thing we care about here is the margin of success. No, we need to have a add report. Oh, God darn it. Campaign, add report, skill checks. There we go. We're going to add in a supplementary report, skill checks, and we're going to say total margin of success. There we go. We're also going to add a big sexy to do. Remove these hard coded strings. Form, we're in cap still. Perform player negotiation check. We're going to need to do this a fair bit, I suspect. Perform employer negotiation check. Get results of proposed skill check. Or are we rounding at all? For every 2 points. So we are flooring Floor means that if there's any anything after the decimal place, it just gets discarded. Pivot final static int margin. Int margin of success divider. Fire off caps lock. Tiger, you can't draw on my copy of campaign operations. Tiger's wandered over to say hi, and she's just stuck her head on my copy of campaign operations like it's a pillow. Campaign operations, page 41, revised 5th printing. Result modified by okay. Let's go ahead and create our resource bundle so we're not having to worry about leaving in contract hard-coded strings, because we try to avoid those nowadays. So we have contract skill check what equals. Let's go for a reason, not report. Reason. And go for results. String reason equals get text at resource bundle but how about, rather than defining this every time we need it, what if we instead add as a static private then what this means is we now have the ability to just pass in the reason, and we're not needing to access the resource bundle every time we do an opposed skill check, which, let's be perfectly honest, is going to be quite a lot. We can actually perform negotiation skill check. So we're now going to add a boolean. Boolean is player negotiator. Change that to his employer. This employer negotiator, if so, it's going to be true, otherwise it'll be. This actually allows us to what's the word? Reuse this method for both player and NPC. And all we need to do is add in a false for the player and a true for the NPC. Let's bring Edge up to the top so it's getting resolved quicker. And we had one last result string, so I guess we can go up here. This we can't actually do at a static, so we're gonna have to do it down here. So string report equals, change that to results, and it is actually going to get formatted text stack. So we can't. The reason why we can't have this at a static level is because we need to be able to add in our total margin of success. You're okay, Mr. Bear. You are, I promise. You only need to wait half an hour, and then the stream will be over. Yes, I see you smiling there, buddy. He's a good boy. So, Mr. Bear taught himself how to smile. He did this a while ago. And he taught himself how to smile by just baring his front teeth, but only his front two thumbs. And it's very adorable, if I'm being honest. Negotiation results modified by the results of the negotiations have been modified by whatever. King Marsden's smiling bear emote when I could probably wrangle that. He's a little bit nervous. He's a very timid lad, is Mr. Bear. We might be able to get a picture of him smiling. It is very cute. Okay, so we are generating our negotiator. We then need to basically do the initial negotiations. So to do command rights. Salvage rights. Mr. Ghost Bear, oh my god, yes, we need to do that. We need to do Mr. Ghost Bear. Okay, so we've got command rights, salvage rights, support rights. Let's go. Do you have a? Is this copyrighted? This is not copyrighted. Let's quickly copyright this. $2026. Initial negotiations. So I actually don't want to have all the negotiation stuff in here. Let's go ahead and create ourselves a new class, and this is going to be contract determination command rights. And I really want these to be little tiny utility classes. So we've got command rights, salvage rights. Support rights. And lastly, transport rights. And the reason why we're having these as little tiny classes, it just makes them very, very manageable, but most importantly, it makes them easy to overwrite, should we ever wish to do that. So, let's start off with command rights. So we create ourselves our empty constructor, because we really don't care about this. It's going to be a standard class, nice and light. Public. We need to have ourselves a enum here. Do we not have a command rights enum already? Command rights. We do! Yay! So public command rights. Determine command rights. We need campaign type because certain campaign types always return certain values. We're also going to need int proposed negotiation modifier. Private contract command rights, and we need to return a role on command rights table. It's going to be a switch int role rules d6 and the role is going to be modified by the opposed modifier. However, we also want to do some clamping. So, clamp, role, and minimum is going to be 1, and the maximum is going to be 13. So this means that we don't need to worry about anything exceeding these values. Oop, case. So you need to mute myself 1 second. Let's keep pollen. Okay, so 1 is going to be integrated. Integrated. 2 is integrated. Then we move on to house. And everything is house up to 7. Then we go into liaison. Now, something I really, really want to do is I really want to have things like liaison and independent and stuff like that. I want it to actually mean something rather than having extra NPCs. Because if I had my way, I would remove all the extra NPCs you get for different contract types, because all it does is inflate the sizes of scenarios. And while big scenarios can be fun sometimes, they are frequently not. So this is going to throw me a bunch of errors, but that's okay, because I'm basically just storing that there before I condense these case values. Because it means I don't have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, 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 all over again. Now, the good news is, generally speaking, we don't need to do a lot for negotiations, because a lot of that is bound within the come on, brain. It is bound within the negotiations UI. There we go, got there in the end. So roll on command rights table, salvage rights. Support rights. And transport rights from support. Okay, salvage rights. Going to be woof 0. How are they doing exchange? We're going to come back to the 2 exchange values, so I want to kind of get an idea of how that's being handled. 4 is 10%. Goes up to 20. And it's just 10%, it looks like, from here on out. Yes. I accidentally got 1 extra. So 3 should be exchanged. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And then 30 is 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Apparently I can't count, I can't spell. What can I do? Can't sing. Definitely can't dance. Let's see here, how are we handling exchange? Where's my salvage? Because I am interested in general. Salvage rights. Throughout the succession wars, and especially in the clan invasion era, salvage rights were one of the most closely contested contract terms on a mercenary negotiation. Blah, blah, blah. Command exchange rights must turn over all salvaged items to the employer at the end of the mission, and exchange receives a fair market value for the percentage of the items paid in C-bills or material. Exchange rights came into widespread practice to address salvaged clan technology, and employers customarily provide an equivalent item of advanced inner-sphere technology when possible. As an ideal middle ground, most employers are willing to settle for exchange rights when it comes to salvage, as the employer generally gets first pick of the equipment to be exchanged. Okay, cool. Cool. So that is going to be 0, but we are no longer able to consider this a static class. Or are we? let us do it this way. So come up to here, private static double exchange salvage bytes exchange. Marker. So we're using this to basically demonstrate that if you get this, it's salvage exchange. Okay, then we go on to support rights. I have lost it. Where is it gone? Ah, there we are. Okay, so support rights, I don't want to really use an enum here, so we're going to do some weird stuff. So support rights are also going to be a double. And it starts off with you get nothing. Then 2, 4, 6, 8, and then at 7 you get 100% support, or rather straight, and then we go into battle loss compensation, which we're going to markify as a negative value. And this, we're doing it this way because this allows us to avoid needing to have any like enums or preventing us from using this as a static class, which is something I really want. I really want this to be static, because otherwise we're going to have to worry about persisting values, and it's all going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, transport support is relatively simple. Again, it's going to be a double. Starting off with you get nothing. Then you get something. Okay, it's going up 5% each time until we reach 60, it looks like. Three, 6.35. Fun fact, under ATB, these weren't stored as doubles, which meant any time that we needed to fetch how much, like what the percentage was, we had to convert it into a double. It's a real pain in the ass. Ooh. And then once you hit 11 plus, it's actually always going to be 100%. Okay, so command rights negotiation modifier. Because it occurs to me we can't just pass in one, we need to pass in all of them. Mr. Bear, settle down, buddy. No, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear is grumpy. Mr. Bear, why are you being angry? Neighbours are allowed to have dogs too. He's very upset that our neighbour has a dog. Hi, Mr. Bear. Yes, I love you. No, you need to be nice and polite. Mr. Bear. Why are you being a grumpy pants? Oh, I know what it is. I think my wife is home, and my wife was bringing one of her friends over, and that means there's an assassin in the house. And Mr. Bear is warning me that there's an assassin in the house. Mr. Bear is very protective. Gotta keep us protected against the evil assassins known as strangers. It's actually funny because my housemate used to. Mr. Bear was so terrified of my housemate when before they became our housemate, back when we were just all friends, and to the point that he wouldn't even look at her. He would be on the couch and they would be sat next to him, and he would just position himself so he never even had to conceive that they existed. Okay, so this is all well and good, but there's a couple of things we need to take into consideration here. The first is that there are actually a bunch of modifiers. This isn't as plain and simple as it might seem, because if I go down to employers negotiation modifiers, is this what I'm looking for? No, I'm looking for an enum. Not an enum, a class. We have a class. Where it is it? Employer modifier data. That's what I'm looking for. So we need to pass in our employer modifier data. Oh, I was going to do this one per command, right? It's fine. Fine, I'll just make it in one class. So we need to pass in employer modifier data. Because we have modifiers. And these modifiers are applied to the negotiations to reflect certain employer influences. Some employer types are more profitable than others, for example. Okay, so that's going to give us all the bits and bobs that we need, but now I want a... Just seeing if there's any... So now we need a data object. So let's go and create ourselves a classic record, and we're going to say negotiations data, which I have classically spelt wrong. Yay! Cool, that's now correct. Let's rename this. We're going to rename this negotiations negotiation terms tables. We call this determine initial negotiation terms. It's going to return us a negotiations data object. Honestly, this can actually get yanked out of here. Yeah, we're gonna rip this out, and we're actually going to place this in contract determination negotiations. These should be static now. And they should be package private, but they're actually probably going to need to be public. So I believe that can be private because we're not going to instantiate it. Probably need to update the others because I know I've not been doing that. So this method here is specifically to handle the initial contract terms. So we need to make an opposed skill check. What do I need for that? Campaign. There we go. Just trying to see if there's actually a cleaner way of doing that. There, fortunately, isn't. So that gives us our command rights. So that's our modifiers. We got the actual values. Just trying to see if there's anything else we can do here. Yes, we can. So we need a Boolean. Boolean is pirate campaign. Because pirates get certain terms, special terms, fancy terms. For pirates, 100% all salvage is guaranteed. No, we need to change that. So, double salvage rights. If pirate campaign. Oh, Radar says they just managed to snatch another archer. And PS359 asks, so we kind of lost the plot here. Looks like you're working on some of the contract terms. Exactly that. We're working on negotiations, specifically the initial negotiation terms. So this is following the rules in campaign operations. Pirate salvage terms. Pirate command rights. Because the way pirate campaigns work is they get a fixed terms. So we can actually skip a whole bunch of this. And these are all page 41. Cool, they're all the same. And diddly-tastic. In fact, we'll just leave that as is. So, what we need to do for pirates is, rather than piss-arsing around like this, which is just gross, we're instead going to skip this entirely. Determine pirate negotiation terms. And that is going to be like so. There we go. And that means we can get rid of all this crap because it is wholly irrelevant. So now we have our negotiations data, so we're going to start storing stuff in it. Like command rights. Salvage rights. Support rights and transport rights. Now there's actually some extra information we're going to need to fetch from this because we have special terms in our processes. So if I go back to our negotiations terms table, one second, I'm just checking something. I could have swore. Oh, here it is. So command rights is pretty standard. Salvage rights is if we need to include a boolean. Boolean is exchange. Actually, we don't need to do that because we can add public boolean is exchange. And it's going to return true if salvage rights equals the salvage rights exchange marker. And that means we need to make this package private. We also need to do a check. Public boolean is battle compensation. And that's going to return if support rights is less than 0. Okie dokie then. So our last act for today is to create our objects. And these are all going to tell us that they can just be inlined, which is what we're going to do. There we are. So we're now going to return ourselves our negotiation data. And what we need to do is we're going to go, okie dokie, what are we doing? We are turning negotiations. No, starting again. Come on, I'm sorry, I'm getting very, very tired. Boolean is pirate campaign type. If is pirate campaign type. Just going to return otherwise, we are. I see what I've done. The line completion is getting confused because I forgot to make it static. Whoopsie doodles. Where are we using pirate? Campaign type. Oh, we're using it. Okay. So here, because we know this is never going to be a true value, we're just going to have it hard coded as false. And there we have it. We have our initial negotiations. So we head over to our God class and contract determine negotiations. Determine initial negotiations. We need campaign type. I'm surprised we don't have yet. Do I really not have campaign type? Interesting. Okay, well, we want that. Campaign type for contract determination. Okay, so we need campaign type, employer modifier data, campaign itself. Negotiator. Ah, I see what we're doing. Okay. So here we're defining the employee negotiation, but I actually want to pass it in because that means we can keep it consistent even when we are renegotiating multiple times. Don't need campaign type there anymore. We don't need hiring hall level or employer faction because that's being taken away. So we need to come over here. Person, employer, negotiator. campaign. Oh, okay, we just completely screwed this up. So let's try this again, shall we? We need employer modifier data, campaign negotiator. We're going to rename negotiator to player negotiator so there's no room for confusion. Perfect. So, what does this mean? This means we've completed contract generation. More or less. We do need to add in some hooks for renegotiations, but we are generating employer, type, enemy location. We are generating contract pay. We're generating the initial negotiation terms. So yeah, at this point, we have done it. We have contract generation down, at least the basic steps. There are extra things, like there's going to be a lot of information that gets stored at the contract, but yeah, like for the grand scheme of things, we were able to get contract pay and negotiations done today, which is incredible. I was expecting to need to have to do an entire day on contract negotiations. So other than putting in some hooks so that players can renegotiate terms, which I'm probably going to do after the stream just because it's not going to take long. Most of the code's already in place. I just need to add hooks. But yeah, we are... Oh, that's something. We haven't actually added negotiation data. Let's quickly add our negotiations data. So that we can then head over to our abstract. It's going to be contract manager because this information is going to get stored at the contract level. MekHQ says, I heard that it's really recommended to use single letter variables to improve future devs to really appreciate the code base. Ass. MekHQ says that was sarcasm. Yeah, no, I figured. But yeah, no, the stream's going well. We are honestly making some amazing progress. Private Boolean negotiation data. We can always... Oh, what am I doing? I'm setting it as a Boolean. Oh. So let's get ourselves our getters and setters. And there we go. All down to the bottom. And that means we can come in here and we can go set data. So now we have... And Knight says, I'm impressed with how much this stream has helped with their own professional reputation. For anybody who wasn't around earlier, Knight's boss walked past, saw the code on screen, and assumed Knight was programming. So what I want to do very quickly, I know we're going to overrun a little bit, but I'm okay with that. So let me just push this. And then I want to bring up our abstract contract manager and abstract contract objective. So I want to quickly just walk you guys through some of the stuff that we've done here and why we've done it in the way that we have. So you'll notice that on contract manager, we have employer modifier data, contract pay data, negotiations data. So, and if we go over to objective, it's basically being stored as raw values. Why are we using data objects instead of just having the entire contents of employer modifier at the contract class level? And this really comes down to keeping the individual contract classes small. We don't need to modify this data at a later date. So it might as well be stored in a very static data object that is easy to access, so we can easily get access to all this information here at the contract level. And this really allows us to keep, as I say, keep these class objects light, keep the information accessible without resulting in a huge amount of class level data. If you take a look at this, and then, so right now, everything to do with contract generation is housed in what we got 4, I think we've got 9, possibly 10 class variables, and a handful more on the contract objective side. So we're saying maybe got 20 values. Whereas if we go over to contract ATB, well, actually, let's go to mission transition. So abstract mission transition, if you remember, it's what replaced ATB contract, so we could prepare it for this new change. And if you look at this, just compared to the 20 that we're using, we've got all this information. So, for example, here we have the contract negotiation results. What they have in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly more fields, we've got in 1. All this money, all these payment amounts are being stored in 1 variable. And it means that we're gonna be in a situation where our contract class isn't nearly 2,000 lines long. In fact, right now, we're sitting at a very healthy, just shy of 200. Now, we probably will get a lot more because I want to add a lot of convenience getters and setters. So, for example, what I don't want is for this anti-pattern. So I don't want the poor developer to have to do get contract, come brain, get contract manager, get contract pay data, get transport payment. Like, I really, really don't want this to be the pattern that we do. So what we're almost certainly going to do is something like this: get contract manager. So that's going to get this class, and then get transport payment. So the second line here is doing the exact same thing as the first line, but what's happening under the hood is get transport payment is literally saying get contract pay data, get transport payment. And that just makes it really, really convenient for programmers. They're not having to write 3 calls when they can just write 1. But that's what I'm probably going to do. But that is incredibly boring work. And also, I want to get more of the final code in place before I start doing that. So I'm not going to do that now, definitely, because it's already end of stream. And I'm not planning to do that later on. PS359 says, I'm not sure if anyone here is old enough to remember this. Back in the 80s, games often had a boss key where you hit some combo keys that would show a screenshot of a spreadsheet or business presentation. Ah, that's funny. King Mouse says, these days you can just play Doom in your spreadsheet. That is true. There are actually Excel tournaments where you're an Excel speed runs, where you try and set your Excel spreadsheet up in a certain way in a certain amount of time. It's pretty. I think it's really funny personally. But in a good way, not in a like derogatory way. Fuck off. Okay, so yeah, I think at this point we have done an incredible amount today. We've finished up. Well, actually, we haven't just finished up. We've started and finished both negotiations and contract pay. So tomorrow is our day off, so don't expect there to be a stream tomorrow. If you're not already aware, there is a poll currently in the IllianiDev Discord to determine whether we adjust hours, because we're going to adjust our streaming schedule. And if you want to say and how we adjust it, you should head over to the IllianiDev Discord to vote in the poll. If you've enjoyed today's adventure through the MekHQ codebase, please consider hitting the follow button so you can be notified of when we go live. And if you are really, really enjoying yourself, please, the subscribe button's there if you can afford it, if you want to. All funds are going directly towards saving up to get myself a new computer so that I'm not working on a nearly decade-old machine with all the perils that come with that. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, and consider joining us on Twitch. Heckin' Doc says, if you don't vote for her to have Friday off of dev stream, I know people who can find you. But yeah, the vote is basically whether we move the Friday morning dev stream to Wednesday, effectively. Because having 2 streams on one day is a little much even for me. But yeah, so I think that's going to bring us to an end. Yeah, no, I thank you all for joining me. I'm going to continue this in my own time. And yeah, thank you all. And I will see you on Thursday. Toodles!